Okay, folks, happy Sunday morning. And I'm going to get started on doing some painting this morning. Now, we did leave off with these Hungarian knights who we're working on. And we're almost done with this knight here. But I mentioned yesterday in my feed I was going to do something a little different this morning, which means we're not going to work on this right now. We're going to work on something different. And that's something somebody asked me to do. So hopefully you guys will enjoy that. We're going to set these guys off to the side for a little bit, and then we'll come right back to them. So the item that's a little different that I was going to work on is my buddy Marty had these Carthaginian chariots in his collection. See if I can, let's move this for, oh, there we go. These Carthaginian chariots. And this is for his early Carthaginian army. And he wanted me to build a couple banners for him that would stick on them. So we're going to go ahead and do that and show you what I want to come up with. So, all right. So, and this one's also, one of these is also loose. So we'll fix that as well. These, I believe, are Essex chariots. So, anyhow, as soon as he told me he wanted to do some banners, the first thing I thought of is, of course, they're going to be T-type banners. They're not going to be, you know, long, flowy banners. And the first thing I thought of is, what better to use for them than T-pens? Okay, I've used these for several different things before in the past, and these should work out fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one that's a little taller than the other one. He wanted banners on both of them, one of them for like the command one and one for like a second one. So that's what we're going to do. So we already took the T-pins and filed them down. So I'm not going to be poking myself here. And let's put this in a position where you guys can see maybe a little bit, because we're going to work with something I don't work with a lot. And hey, Rick, holy cow, you need to get to bed, dude. It's like 3 in the morning. You're at maybe 2. Good to see you. Yeah, T-pins are great. I have talk about something crazy. So I have a terracotta warrior army. Okay, it's the Qin Dynasty army, and they typically had pole axes, and the figures I had no figures in their hand. I mean, they had no weapons in their hand. So I'm like, how the hell am I going to make pole axes? So what I did with one of these is, and this was difficult to do because this is steel and it's hard, but I don't know if you look at how a T-pin is made, but it doesn't tie in onto itself. It's just bent onto over itself. So I took this part and bent it up so that basically what I had was a, see if I can draw this here. You have a T-pin, and a T-pin is bent like this. It's one piece of metal, like so. So what I ended up doing is I took this part and I straightened it out. So then I was left with a piece that looked like this. And I snipped it here. So then I had this piece like this, and then I took this portion and filled this in with epoxy putty. So my terracotta warriors have a dagger axe that looks like that. Because I'm like, you know, that's how I ended up getting this whole box of T-pins, which I used like 8 or 12 of them at. So here we're going to use for, again, that was probably 10 years ago. These have been sitting languishing in my parts box here for a while. So we're going to do that, and we're going to use epoxy putty. Now, I've had this stuff a while. I have not used it very much. So hopefully this will work. And if not, I've got a new package, and you know, we'll get in that. But I want to use this stuff because I don't know, this is probably 6 or 7 years old. I also like the fact that it's a little hard, which means there's a good chance that it's gonna get done sooner, so we can paint these guys. Because the part I'm really looking forward is to painting the banners. They're gonna be kind of small. The width is only gonna be across here. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna make one square, and we're gonna make the other one longer. The longer one, of course, will be the command one. So let's do. First thing we're gonna do is let's cut these to size. Now, if you looked up overkill in the dictionary, you might see a picture of this. This is what I'm going to use to clip these things down to size. And let's just test for size here. What we've got here, we could probably make the command one full size, and we will. We're going to leave one perfectly fine. We're going to cut the other one down. Now let's just go in little portions. Make sure you wear eye protection for this. I've got my glasses on right now. Piece of cake. Now let's see how these compare. That's probably about right. I hit the T-pin right on the head. I'm happy with that. There you go. We're going to put this one over here. So it's going to be kind of a small banner. All right, now let's put that thing. I'm a big fan of using tools I haven't used in a long time, and I just found a use for something I hadn't seen in a long time. I've got to see where my helping hands is. I hadn't used this thing in about a year. Let's see if I can find it. I put my things away so well. I don't know where it is. I'm not going to worry about it right now because we need to make progress. Because I don't wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get nothing done. Yeah, it used to sit over here on the end. It's just my two little T-clamp things. That's fine. It's probably not even that necessary. All right, so let's get some of this stuff out and see what condition this is in. Epoxy putty. Let's use this one here. Now, if you think you waste a lot of paint when you paint things, you really waste a lot of epoxy putty when you make things. So let's take, this should be fine. Oh, already had one. Let's just get us a new one. Something big that I can roll on, and I'm not going to make my paint area all nasty looking. And you guys will see it from videos on other days. You'll be like, hey, what's that stain there? Well, I was rolling out some epoxy putty, and that's what happened. All right, so where's Mr. X-Acto knife? All right. Now, I needed to make 2 banners. I have no idea how much this is going to take, or if this stuff is usable, because right now it's looking doubtful. Because even if this stuff will mix together properly, man, I'm gonna get a workout kneading this thing up. I got a whole other package of this stuff, but the problem is I probably only use this stuff maybe once every 3 years. So you buy it and then you don't use it. I've not opened the other one up yet. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah. How's that saying go? Ain't nobody got time for this. Let's grab the new one. Unscripted as always, folks. Well, here's these three. I just saw it here yesterday. It's not where the shrubbery is. I could use paper too, but I figured, this would be pretty durable. Because this is going to somebody else. And they're not as anal as that and careful as I am. But where the hell was it? It is here. Now I find the helping hands. We may need to set those on there for it to dry. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's green stuff, not epoxy putty. Ooh. All right. I hope this isn't a lot better. Man, this is so much stuff. This is so much material. Now, one thing I like about army painter stuff is it comes in this package that'll you can kind of seal itself back up. So overkill. Haven't even used it. It's already mixing itself together. That's a weird smell. I'm not used to working with things that smell. It's spoiled by acrylic enamel. I mean, acrylics. How much? It's gonna be thin. Let's go like this. Oh yeah, this is much better. Okay, stop the presses. Take this old epoxy putty garbage can. Well, all right, that should work. I don't know what the tolerance of mixing is, if it's almost 50-50 or you can get away with 70-30 or, well, I'm gonna guess this is probably okay. Oh yeah, this is better. This is much better. Yeah, I've only used this stuff maybe on 4 occasions ever before. I don't sculpt figures. I have no idea if I'd be good at it. I don't care to. I've done a couple of capes for people added them to figures, and I did a turban on one other figure. Little stuff like that. Adding, I don't mind. But a whole figure from scratch, yeah, I'm not talented enough to do that. The people that do that stuff are amazing. I'm not talented enough to do that. Okay. How about I don't feel like I need to put in the kind of, I got enough stuff on my plate, you know? I got enough stuff on my plate. Yeah, I keep saying, the sculptors of miniatures, they get forgotten. We make their miniatures, we remember who makes them. The sculptor guys that sculpt them, they're just some of the time just forgotten. They don't get the attention they deserve. Now, I have no idea how long this is going to take to paint, to dry up so I can paint it. So I wanted to make sure that I started doing this first in the morning, so there's a chance of me getting a chance to paint it today. Because I'd like to get it to him tomorrow. There's 2 banners on his chariots. He told me it's December, but I got him to change his. He's coming up here every month now. He lives down in Central Florida, and he recently retired. And unlike everyone else I know that is retired, he actually is gaming more than he used to. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, I'll do a lot of gaming when I'm retired," and then when they retire, they're like, "Well, I can't do this because I don't have any money, and I can't do this because I don't have any money, and I can't do this and you can't because I don't have any money." And I get it, but gaming's pretty cheap. I'll be honest with you folks. I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but what we do gaming wise. You know, once you have a ton of figures, you're good. You don't need to keep buying stuff. You need to, just enjoy what you have. And it's a really cheap hobby. I've done other stuff. I've done semi-competitive shooting. That's expensive. Gaming, gaming's like free almost. You just can't buy everything every month. You got to have some self-control, folks. Hey, just because the pantry's full of food doesn't mean you have to eat it all in one night. But unlike everybody else, he is doing a lot more gaming. He has come and visited us every month now for 4 or 5 months now. So he talked his wife to moving it up one day because December is going to be hell for me, folks. There probably will not be any gaming videos in December. Work is way, way too busy. So, especially Mondays, which is when we game. All right, I have no idea how much of this I'm going to need. So let's flatten this out, and hopefully this doesn't stick to this really well. Again, like I said, this is kind of uncharted territory. Now, I've got some tools that I never get to use for this stuff. Now, let's see if this is helping. Helping hands. Okay, no singing today. I'm not a singer. I can drink enough to dance, but I can't drink enough to sing. This is a little thing I picked up at Hobby Lobby when I was doing the Gaslands vehicles, because there was different parts I needed to hold on to. It's really stable. I'm really happy with it, but I found that it's kind of flimsy, even though it's tightened all the way up. So you kind of need to push this thing all the way to the bottom and kind of work from there. So we're gonna clip 2 of these things on here. Which is the big mama? This one right here. Okay. Yeah, it should work fine. And you'd be able to paint them on here as well. So what'll be really nice is when it comes down to painting, I can hold just a tiny little bit and still be able to paint and not have anything or not hold it at. What am I trying to say? I don't know. That's it. Drink coffee. Okay. All right, so let's flatten this out a little bit more. Hopefully it's not sticking to the back side of this. It's all good. I got tons more epoxy putty. Yeah, look at that, sticking to it somehow. A little bit. Wow. I'm new to this material, so honestly, I don't use this very much, as you can tell. I'm sure somebody will say, hey, you should figure out what you're doing first and then make a video. I'm like, hey, folks, I just want to show that I'm human too, We're all here learning. When you do something for the first time, it's not going to turn out exactly how you want it. And that's okay. As long as you learn from your mistakes, you're good. I probably should use something clear plastic, right? And then it won't stick to it. Except I don't have anything like that. Yeah, we're good. We're on this boat now. Let me take my glasses off so I can see. It wasn't until like 3 years ago that I started using my built-in nearsightedness that I've had since I was about 7 or 8 years old to my advantage. So now I just, you know what? I'm gonna do a no-no. I'm gonna put this over here on this. I was painted in 20/20 vision with my contacts in, and like 2 or 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, I hit the infamous 45, and my short range vision started to go when I had my contacts in, which is really disturbing for somebody who's naturally nearsighted to all of a sudden to not be able to see close up. So first I got some readers. Boy, this is not working. It's almost like I'm playing with a piece of gum. All right, let's rethink this. Luckily this is able to be redone. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and build. Let's do a little one first. So yeah, it's really disturbing when you've been having trouble to see everything at a distance, and then things up close up you can't see either. So I got some readers. I went to Walgreens and picked up some the strongest ones I could find, so I could use them as a magnifying glass. 375s plus 375s, and I used them for about a year, and then I realized I couldn't see really well with that either. So now I just take my contacts out. So I've got a built-in 6.5 loop in my vision. Okay, that's probably what I should have done all along. See, all the painting I did all those years, I didn't realize that I had. This is going to sound really stupid, but you don't really think about. You know, I've started saying by the time you die, you figured your own body out. But I didn't realize that I had a built-in magnifying glass. I just thought that I had poor vision at a distance. No, my vision's not anything wrong with it. Well, there is now, like as of 4 years ago. It's just magnified improperly. So my focal point is, 7 or 8 inches from my eyes, not 40 feet or whatever everybody else's is. And I don't know exactly what that distance is, but you get the gist of what I'm saying here. So I have no idea how this is. So this is how you do it. You put it on there, and then you manipulate it when it's on the thing. Just wanted to make this kind of. We'll add some folds and stuff too there. Oh man, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Hey, the sack, just excited to see you on. I'll catch you the rest of the later. Yeah, have some sleep. Have fun waking up at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Take care, Rick. Yeah, I am not an evening person. As a matter of fact, last night I went to sleep at probably about 10 o'clock. I couldn't take it anymore. See, I know I'm going to wake up at 5. Anyways, I wake up at 5 for you guys. No, I do it for me. You guys are just along for the ride. You guys are keeping me company, keeping me on track, and I appreciate you guys asking questions, interacting, whatever. Okay, so one side is going to be the back, and one of them is going to be the front. So this is kind of cool. I'm doing something I've never done before. It's kind of exciting. Now let's find where the actual T-pin is. And so those of you guys just showing up, this is what we've got, one of these T-pins right here. We covered this thing in epoxy putty. And hopefully this isn't going to harden too much because we've got to do another one. And this is the small one. So let's make sure we didn't go too big. It could be a little smaller. I guess the moral of this story is just jump in, folks. Just start working on something. If it doesn't turn out exactly how you think it's going to, you can work your way out of it. And I didn't know what the hell I'm doing with this. I still don't. But it looks very forgiving once I got it on this thing. So I'm patient. So as long as you don't screw up and have to start off from scratch, as long as you can build upon it, like you put this thing on here and you just start manipulating it. Now, I've never sculpted anything, so if you guys are sculptors, then yeah, I'm doing it totally wrong compared to. Now, I do have sculpting tools that I use for something else. Thank you. Let's see if we can get this thing to behave and be useful for me. Okay. And of course, this doesn't have to have any texture in it. I can paint the texture on it. Now, the last couple of banners I've made, I actually haven't made them in 3 dimensionals. Well, I've never made a banner like this. I'm talking about like flags. I've been, let's get a little bit of a line there so it looks like we're draped over this. I've I've started taking a design off the internet, a drawing, simple, multicolored, simple drawing, and putting it in my drawing program. Trying to think what it's called. Autodesk Sketchpad, I think is what it's called. And then basically using the same painting technique I normally use, but just doing it digitally. And it's been a lot of fun because I can do that while I'm watching television with a family and what have you. So look at that. That's not too bad. Not too bad for a noob. Whoop. Let's just do the backside. This is my first shot. I'm going to make both sides the same. And then we'll make the front side the one that looks a little better. Yeah, I could make this out of paper, but this is going to someone who has figures that are not, say, magnetized, and I want it to be a little bit more durable. I don't want every time I see him, hey, my banner broke. Can you fix it again? Hey, my banner broke. Can you fix it again? Hey, look, it's already getting annoying, and he hasn't even broken it once. So I want to make it a little bit more durable, and I figured this would be a way to do that. It's not some museum quality thing I'm doing, and I have no idea how long this is going to take. It may be that this isn't dry today, that we have to do this time tomorrow, and that'd be okay too. But I figured I needed to go ahead and get the start on it. Okay, there's one, and we'll put it on this one. We'll let it dry or harden. I don't. Harden is probably more accurate than dry. Okay. All right. And this one's going to be a little bit bigger. I have not tried tinfoil. Um, I don't want it to flex. So I don't want it to flex, and it's not for me. So I think this would be about as durable as, say, if it was made out of lead. And yeah, this is my first Look, this is already the second one I'm doing. This one's already turning out better than the first one. I'm just a noob. I've just never done this before, so I'll be able to figure it out. I have heard of tinfoil, but tinfoil keeps flexing. It never hardens. So I'm a little leery of doing that. Now, I don't know how long I want to make this. Maybe it's, oh, you're supposed to do this and put baby oil over your fingers so it doesn't stick to your fingers. Yeah, I ain't doing that. I've messed with this stuff before. I've just never messed with something this thin, you know. I'm looking forward to the painting part, man. You can't give me enough banners and banners, shields, faces, horses to paint, man. I gobble all that stuff up. We'll be doing that Hungarian knight here shortly. We'll come back to him. Let's do something like this. And let's fold it over. Okay. Now let's make sure this is significantly longer than the other one. It is. Okay. All right. So make it bigger than you need to, almost like you're making a pizza. I wouldn't know, but it sounded good. Let's come over to this over here. Find the end. Make it a little longer. You know, if I don't like how it turns out, just make another one. This is just something to do. I just needed this to harden while I was painting my other stuff. Look at that. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I'm learning quick. Hey, and if I like it, he'll like it. And if he doesn't like it, I get to keep it. Now, let's do something. I got lots more T-pens, so I ain't scared about that. Let's do something that I actually kind of like that it has a little, you could tell has almost the indentation of the frame behind it. I like that. Now, let's just, and maybe this is something that I probably should wait a little bit longer for it to set a little bit before I do it. Because it's a little gummy. It's almost like working with gum. Yeah. All right. Let's try it again. Trial and error, folks, here. Let's add a little bit more. Let's make it a little bit thicker. Like I said, this is my first attempt of doing something like this. Yeah, I want it to be fairly durable. I don't want him to come back saying, hey, can you fix my banner again? Hey, can you fix my banner again? You know, I've been doing these type armies for, I don't know, 15, 20 years, and I've rarely had to fix my own stuff, so that's kind of what I'm used to. Do it once. But I've got magnetized figures, you know, all that stuff you got to do to kind of avoid having issues. And if this gets to be too much of a trouble, I'm just going to say F it. I'm going to make it out of paper. Or maybe even tinfoil. Although I don't know if you can make tinfoil harden. If you guys have worked with tinfoil, let me know if there's a way to make it harden. Maybe by sealing it or something like that. I seal all my other stuff, so that may be what you need to do. I know some people have said, hey, what I do is you make sure you get the wrapping around on a wine bottle that's a little bit thicker than tinfoil. Well, I don't drink wine, so that's not really going to work. All right, maybe third time's a charm. It could probably work. I'm just not happy with it. And if you're a creative person, what's most important to you is that you are happy with what you're making. Because if you're not, I'm telling you, that's not good. We're gonna need to go a little thinner, a little thicker. I think I'm going too thin. So join the company as I paint some bases. Looks like you're doing good. It's okay. I'll get it. It's gonna look great when I'm done. I promise you. I have confidence in my ability to paint my way out of stuff. This is my first bull ride, but it's not my first rodeo. Yeehaw! Humor at 5 a.m. It's not 5 a.m. How the hell did a whole hour go by? Well, 37 minutes. I've been screwing with this for 37 minutes? Wow. Unbelievable. All right. All right, you bastard. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to let you sit. And we're going to let you sit. How long will we let this sit? It's coming back in 20 minutes. It should be less gummy in 20 minutes. All right. And that way we can work on stuff we're really good at. That's just flat out painting stuff. All right. It's the Tony Variety Show this morning. Okay. I see, and you sent me a message. Cool. All right, I'm like, who the hell's sending me a message at this weird hour? Good to have you along, man. Always appreciate it. I do these things for myself. I do this so I stay on track. Otherwise, I'll be like, hey, I wonder what. I'll start thinking about things, and then look up something on Wikipedia, and then next thing you know, I go in some rabbit hole. And I don't know why this is still wanting to set on here. How about we just set this lightly, like this? Okay. We'll come back and mess with you a little bit. It just keeps me on track, continuing to paint instead of going into a different direction. How we doing on coffee? You'll get a refill. I'll be right back. So, a while ago, when I used to paint, a while ago, I'm going to say 3 years ago, when I used to paint, I needed to have something in the background. So I subscribed to Audible. I listened to Audible books, and that worked well for a while. But it was too predictable, the way the speaking voice was. And I honestly was getting bored. Like, I still do Audible, but I do it on my car ride. So I started doing YouTube and then having it in the background while I was doing painting, as you guys apparently are doing as well. And one of the first guys that I followed, English gentleman, give me an give me a second, I'll think of what his name is. I just enjoyed listening to him because he had a really nice, even meter. He had an English accent that was easy for those of us that are not used to them as much to understand. I can't think of what his first name is right now. But, oh, yeah, Ralph Astley. He's got a lot of content and he does lots of different things. I started listening to him and he had a couple of videos there on a naval game rules, Sea Creek 5 content. I just started listening to his recordings and really enjoyed having another hobby person to listen to. It wasn't live or anything. And yeah, I just kind of got hooked on doing that. And I figured, well, if he can do that, why can't I do that? And so I just started doing that. So I couldn't do live until I had 1,000 subscribers. So it took me a couple of years to get to that point. But the live is good for those of us that are painters because we don't have to record something and then go back and edit it. It's basically we just when we're done, we just say, okay, YouTube, have at it, and that's very useful. So we're not burdened by having to slow down and have to do the editing. Because to be honest with you, I don't like the editing at all. It's just very. You saw how I did this little banner and I had to redo it several times. That's not frustrating. To do the editing and it not work out or not upload properly, that's really frustrating for me. So the live allows me to do that and just keep going, you know. Because even though I can do some editing, I'm not an editor. I'm a figures painter. Even more than gaming, because I do a lot of gaming, but I don't game in a lot of stuff, a lot of different periods, a lot of different rules. I'm mostly a painter. Like if somebody held a gun to my head and said, "Hey Tony, why don't you paint some 28s?" I've never painted 28s, or I haven't painted them in 40 years. I did a, I did a squad of like Imperial Guard one time on a whim back when I was a kid. I could do it because it's still using the same techniques. It was just going to take me 8 hours a figure instead of 4. So that's why I don't want to go there. But that's what I do. I'm not an editor and stuff, you know. Like, I wish my videos would look better than they do, but I don't want to spend 6 hours editing a video because, there's other stuff I could be working on. There's other people in the family I need to spend time with, you know the drill. So those of you guys that have families, you know how it is. So it's a compromise, which is why I'm up at 5 in the morning because they're asleep. Okay, socks on this guy. So, like I mentioned in the other one, we're going to mix the same negative shade, and I don't mean that. I don't mean to put that in a bad light, but it's the darkest shade on here, which is what the extremities of this horse are. And let's put socks. What are we doing? Last guy we did on all 4. Let's just do the front 2 on this one. I'm gonna build this back up. I do the socks last because, as you can see, there's already some paint that got scuffed up here. And that just happens from me twisting this around in my hand. That's the scuff up part. And anything on the horse tail is also going to get scuffed up. That's pretty much it. That's really the only spots that get that kind of just from twisting around and rubbing up against my finger. It's invariably it's going to happen. So you just have to accept that that's just what it's going to be. So I leave those things for last because there's no point in repainting things if I don't need to. So we're just going to lighten this up using the same base color so that it doesn't look too out of place. And as a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and do the muzzle of the horse of the same color. But I started listening to these podcasts because I didn't know what was going to happen next. It's kind of like when you go on, when I go on long drives, I tend, in a perfect world, I like to listen to either a talk show or because you just never know what's going to come up next. And it kind of keeps you, it's, it's enough to keep it varied. And that's kind of the same thing that I did with the podcast. I listened to several people and just enjoyed, as you mentioned, having their painting company there along with me, and to help me get through stuff. Just something in the background, not something that's super detailed as far as having to look up all the time. So like I couldn't watch a movie and paint because I'd constantly be looking at the at my phone in that case, because this is all done through my phone. I mean, I could have my phone right here and I wouldn't have to look up much, but it's just too distracting and I wouldn't get anything done. So I definitely like this type of stuff for my own view. So I get it, and I'm glad that you're finding some usefulness to it. And by me being able to film this live, it helps me stay on task. It because what will happen is if I'll watch something on, say, YouTube, like say I want to watch something like the excellent programming on like Baz Battles or Kings and Generals or something like that. I'm constantly looking up on the map and stuff like that. I don't get anything done, so this keeps me on task and get things finished up for you. So you know, so I get it. I've been in exactly the same boat. In 1815. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna take a guess here. You're in the Napoleonics, and you're glad the French didn't win. In 1815, your nemesis would be Pierre, 1809. Haven't played much Napoleonics at all. I when I started gaming when I was a kid, there was a group here that did Napoleonics, but they weren't a whole lot of fun to play with. They didn't look like they were having a whole lot of fun. They were having fun like we're having fun on our shows. So let's check on my banner, make sure we're not. Okay, it's a little bit better. Maybe another 5, 10 minutes. We should be able to be good on that. Maybe I just figured my own strategy. Put it together, lay it out, and then wait a few minutes for it to start working with it. So you're not playing with a piece of gum. Okay, so we got socks on the front. Let's paint all 4 hoofs. Yep. I did play one. So Mitch has tons of stuff from when he lived up north in set up for Napoleon's battles, and we played some of that. I want to say last year we did, but I don't mind playing other rules. I just don't want to be the point man on them. I don't want to be the one that people ask questions because I like to paint and stuff. So another game that we had, a board game called Napoleon in Europe. I actually had a copy of it. I picked it up, I don't know when, and just because I love how it looked. It's a beautiful Axis and Allies type. It's like Axis and Allies, but has political elements to it. And Mitch and I both happen to have that same game. He already had it when he came down from the Great North, Illinois. I think he came down from Illinois in 2008, 2009, something like that. And I had already had the game for many years, never played it. I ended up selling my copy, and then he had his copy here, and I'm like, well, he gave it to Scott to learn how to play the game, and we played probably, I don't know, a dozen games of it or whatever. So the first game, we're trying to figure out who to play, and I forgot if I chose or I volunteered. I may have probably volunteered to pick the Austrians. I have a soft spot for Habsburgs anyways, so the I played the Austrians and I freaking kicked ass in many of the battles. I just rolled like a fiend. I know there was one that we played that I was attacked in subsequent turns by the French, the Prussians, and the Russians, and threw them all back. Because there's kind of a tactical battle thing to the game. Just imagine like Axis and Allies with maybe some like a tactical field where you can move in different zones and encircle and get pluses on people. It's not just like flat out army on army. So yeah, that was fun. So my Austrians kicked ass. So if I was going to paint Napoleonics, I would do Austrians. I'd do Austrians with those little German helmets because that makes them look unique. That's why I never got into Napoleonics is too much Shaco and the same equipment, you know. But if I could vary it some. But Mitch has all he's got every country. He just has them based for Napoleon's battles, and that's all I've ever played. I'm sure there's better rule sets or different rule sets, but yeah, my ass kicking Austrians. Never read anything about the Napoleonic Wars. If I started gaming, I'd probably end up using one of my Audible credits for a book. But I think like I need to watch some. I mean, okay, from a war gamer standpoint, I don't know much, but from a normal person on the street, yeah, people on the street don't know shit about conflicts and stuff like that. I'm just talking about it from the war gamer standpoint. That's the best thing you could do. You want to learn about a period, start building an army for it. You know, it'll get your juices flowing and learn about different stuff. It'd be fun to paint multiple levels of white because most of their uniforms are white, the Austrians. And should work beautifully with my painting style. But he's already got them all. That's gonna keep me from doing other stuff like this. I'm like, what is that sound? And I'm like, oh, it's acorns falling outside. My window in my room has there's a concrete pad out there that's probably, I don't know, 10 feet by 10 feet. And we got our little fire pit, our gas powered fire pit, and we've got some plastic outdoor chairs. And it's acorn dropping season here, and they make those little sounds. So fall comes late in Florida, if it comes at all. Let's see what we got here. INAP hussars, every color going, especially Austrians, but Austrian infantry all white. Yeah, I'd be doing Austrians for sure. And I thought about doing stuff for DBN, but Mitch has got one of his friends from up north that's supposed to retire in the area recently. He visited us maybe a couple months ago, and he brought and what he's really big into is DBN. He's not really into DBA. He's big into DBN. So he brought like 4 or 5 armies that he has of all the nations. That's what he's been painting up. So there's no point in me painting Napoleonics anytime soon. So we'll just play with his figures. Well, you're up at this time, so I figure you're in the UK probably. Ian? Not knowing much about the Napoleonic thing. Not knowing much. Not okay. It not being my period. Let me stop saying not knowing much, because I could name off many battles and what time period they were and kind of what happened. But and being American, we always have to put everything into bad guys versus good guys. We do. That's just maybe that's the cowboy mentality. Whatever. We always have to pick sides. No neutrals. I guess Napoleon is considered the bad guy. I don't know. I figured it would probably be. I'd say it's probably like World War One, wouldn't you think? You know, there's not really a good guy or a bad guy. Just the one side's the aggressor. You know, the Germans are the aggressor in World War One, and Napoleon's the aggressor in the Napoleonic period. Is it kind of like that, or is it a little bit more like, "Damn you and your metric system! We're going to war, you bad bastard!" You know. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. That doesn't mean I won't play bad guys. I'll play anybody. But maybe that's just an Americanism that we have to put things into categories. Okay. No gray area. Oh, we got to do a sword. This guy can't fight Turks without a sword. Oh, my Turks are going to get another opponent. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to dumb these guys down when they fight my Turks because I love my Turkish army, but those poor guys really need more than a prayer to win. 12 local. Yeah, so you're over in the UK somewhere. Yeah, it makes sense. Most of my viewers are in the UK. Spot on. People fought for a shilling and whoever was king emperor. Okay. I had a friend of mine who has a YouTube channel. He doesn't have as many viewers as I do, but his content's a lot better quality. He's got multiple cameras going, and he's a gamer, and I don't know how he keeps all his rules straight. I mean, he literally has a video about a new game every 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 week. His name is Carlos, and I don't remember what the name of his website of his YouTube channel is, but I want to say it's the Dyson Beans He does a podcast as well. Dyson Beans podcast. He's down in Tampa. He does some really good quality edited stuff. But he did. I'm just going to ramble on here a little bit. This guy's done except the main. We need to work on this before I have to rebuild it again. Let's see if we can get this over here. You guys could see my work area. Yeah, should be able to be okay. I think this isn't going to stick to this anymore. So let's see if we can make that happen for us. But he has a really good. He does some really good editing, multiple camera shots and stuff like that, and spends a lot of time on that. Honestly, don't know how I don't know how he does everything that he does. Maybe he's working while he's doing all that. I don't know how it is. But anyways, he's very prolific. He's doing a lot of things going on. But one of the things that he pulled off is he pulled his YouTube stats, and he said he was excited, he did some video, and he was like, man, half my viewers are female. That's awesome. And I wrote him back, and I looked up mine. I was like, hey, look, none of my viewers are female. As a matter of fact, all my viewers the majority of my viewers are 10 years older than me, which is okay. You know, gotta respect your elders. and from the UK. So there, as I told him, said I got all crusty white dudes from the UK that are my viewers. Not there's anything wrong with that. I focus on a very tight niche of things. You know, I don't want to do more different things because then I don't get anything done. It's not that I'm not interested in other things. I'm realistic. You know, if I did I just screw up again, I am just I'm new at this. Sorry. There we go. Nope, I didn't screw up. I made a mistake thinking I made a mistake. Let's see if we can do this now. Damn it, Marty, you're causing me all kinds of problems. We should be able to do this like this. And then we don't want to press on it too hard. I get this. If it was something I didn't think I was going to do, I'm like, nah, dude, I can't do that for you. Well, he didn't say make it out of epoxy putty. This is my own damn doing. How did that little piece get on here? There we go. Get away from me. Stop messing up my handiwork here. It's got to be patient. People at work are like, man, how can you do stuff that's that patient? You're always impatient. I said, yeah, but when I work on my hobby stuff, everything goes right. Okay? I'm in total control and everything goes right on my hobby. Now, let's test this because this is looking pretty darn huge, which is okay. It's okay for it to be out of scale. That's all right. So it blocks one guy's view. Well, he shouldn't be the third guy in a two-man chariot. Dude. Shouldn't be riding the chariot. You should be sacrificing your children to Tanit. Okay. Before we cut the edge of this thing, we're going to let this thing harden. Okay. This is a good starting point for that. So, where's the other little clamp? So we got two. Those will turn out fabulous when they're painted. Mark my words. I love painting things that are like cloth, something that they're of a very specific material. And I'm gonna roll this up, maybe make a cannonball out of this thing later. Tricks need more. Tricks need more balls. Tricks need more cannonballs. Probably should make two out of this. Yeah, let's do that. Let's cut it in half. Roll them both. What I was gonna say, or I was attempting to say. Oh, I like painting things that are of a specific material and making them look like that material when they're really not. So, for instance, anything that's made of wood that you end up painting it like it's made of wood. Love doing that. So, like these wagons, these war wagons for the Hungarians. These guys are gonna be fun. You know, these guys are gonna be fun. So we'll have them on there. Unfortunately, little war wagon kind of mini fiasco that we had. That's all resolved. But I put them to the back of the queue. I was going to start with them. Now we're going to end with them. So that'll be the last stuff we work on this army. But we'll get there. It just may be in January, but we'll get there. All right, let's put there's two cannonballs there. All right, large cannonballs, I should say. All right. Now, where do we leave off? We needed some metallic there for the parts of the sword. Actually, we need the I know I got a book on swords. I should remember what the parts of these are called. The part of the sword you hold on to. That's not the hilt, is it? Maybe it is. I can't remember everything, folks. Just a little bit of a different color. I don't want to do that metallic. I like doing like almost like a light gray, like maybe it's wrapped in something. And I'm always amazed when I'm done painting these figures and I go and varnish them, and they just change so much. They change so much for the better. It really adds that extra depth in there. That's just, it really surprises me. Thank goodness it's for the better, right? Wouldn't you hate to do that? Okay, let me varnish this thing. Oh, it looks like crap now. What did I do? All right, we're gonna do a brown horsetail, and we don't want to use the same brown that we did the other day. For the other one, we'll use a chocolate brown. So I was looking for Carthaginian banners this morning before I went online, because I kind of know what kind of designs I'm going to do. But I did the search anyways, and and uh, and came across some Carthaginian figures that somebody was selling, and it was the site that you guys in the UK are familiar with. It's what is it, Colonel Bill's or something like that? I guess he has out of print stuff there. It's some interesting stuff to look through. But man, his shipping costs are out of control. I think it's like a minimum for those of us not in the UK, like 17 pounds sterling. Wow, that's a lot. That's what, like $23, something like that. Maybe it isn't if you order a lot. But I don't really ever order anything that's more than $50. So that kind of pricing is just like, okay, well, I'm not really interested in that. And then he has a disclaimer about I got like a piece of static grass stuck to the end here. Let's wet that and see if we can't get that to loosen up. He has a thing on there about import charges. You guys have to, if you guys in the UK, if you order something from the US, do you have to pay taxes on that? Import taxes? I've never had to pay import taxes. And I don't mean hidden in the price of the item that I'm talking about, but like you get your package and before it's released to you, you got to give the government a certain amount of money. I've never had that happen, ever. That's a pain in the ass. I mean, I get it if you have to pay more for it or whatever, but build it into the price, but not like, okay, well, we have your item, but you got to pay for us to release it to you. Is that how it works, or is that built into your prices when? I don't know. It was a disclaimer about that. Maybe it's if you order a ton of stuff, but did we get this thing to release? Yeah, we did. There we go. Bye bye. Okay. The bottom color of all this. Let's bring this up a little bit. It used to be that we didn't pay sales tax even on stuff, even within the United States, unless the place they were ordering it from had a business in that state. So in other words, if you order something from Illinois, it basically would be tax free unless they had a storefront in your state. So I think they've stopped doing that. I think you just have to, I think it's automatically added in there. I don't care. I just don't want a separate price. As long as you could put something you could put something that you're going to order in your cart, figure out what the total is. If you're fine with that total, and then you get charged that total, I'm fine. You know, just don't spring something on me at the last minute. And don't make me go to the post office, man. What's an unfun experience? I'd rather go to jury duty than go to the post office. That is just unpleasant. Yes. £4, post office, and then tax on top, typically 15% value. So you have to go to the post office and get it and then pay an extra tax before it's released to you. It doesn't get shipped to your directly in a house to your house. Buying good morning, Jeffrey, how you doing? Or good afternoon for you. Buying from the see, I told you all my people are from the UK. I like you guys, man. Buying from the US is a lottery. Sometimes it comes through without extra to pay, sometimes not. I That makes no sense. That's why we didn't put up with that shit in 1775. My ancestors weren't here. My ancestors weren't here during that time. I'm not a colonial. As far as I know, none of my people set foot on this land until my dad came over in 1960 from Cuba because he kind of had to. So, as I like to say, as I like to tell people, my ancestors came here 600 years ago looking for gold. Didn't find any. All they found is mosquitoes and heat. They said, we'll come back when there's air conditioning. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. So, just depends on how eagle-eyed customs people are. A lottery. So they don't. So when you order something from, let's say you order something from GHQ, okay, and you're in the UK, and you order, say, $50 worth of stuff or 50 pounds worth of things. Um, Shipping is probably, I don't know, 15, 20 pounds, and certainly not more than that, maybe even less. So you've paid about 70 pounds for something. It's shipped to your, let's say you live in Newcastle. I don't know where you live, but say that's where you live and it's shipped out to you. It doesn't get shipped directly to you. It's got to go to the post office and you have to pick it up there. God, that's so weird. I would hate to go to the post. I mean, I only go to the post office if I have to mail something to. I just mailed some stuff out for someone that we did a trade with to Canada, and I didn't pay any taxes on it. I just paid the the uh, the shipping on it, and he did the same. I don't think he paid any. I don't think he paid any taxes. So. Okay, here we go. I recently had to pay 16 shipping on a $35 Litco order. Then I had to pay 16-pound charge from FedEx, $12 handling, $4 tax. What the hell? So for a $35 Litco order, you had to pay, let's convert it all into US dollars. 16 shipping, $16 charge from FedEx. So that's another, say $20, $15 handling. You guys are getting raped, man. I'm sorry. You guys are getting raped. As I like to say, that's un-American. But I grew up in the 70s and 80s when things were different. That's a shame. Well, here's the good news, okay? You guys make all the minis that I want, okay? You guys in the UK, that's the land of toys. I don't mean that, and I'm totally serious. That's where all the good miniatures are. Yes, there's GHQ, and we have Litco over here, but you guys you guys have your Litco over there, I'm sure, your Litco equivalent. But all your figures, all the figures I ever want are all from the UK. So that's because I don't do GHQ stuff anymore. But no, you get a note telling you it's at the post office and there's a bill to pay. Oh, that's a big fuck you. But you can pay online, okay. Then it's then delivered to your home because they're still paying for the tea in Boston. Well, I think I said I read somewhere what people were paying for, what the colonials were paying in taxes at the time that they were revolting against. And it's stupid low. I mean, it's like stupid low. Like we all want to be those colonials. Oh man. No. I'm very libertarian when it comes to taxes. I mean, I think you need to have them. I think I think you should either be paying sales tax on things or taxed on your income, but not both. And there shouldn't be any loopholes. That's the problem that people have with it. They see people that are, oh, look how much money this guy is making and he's not paying his fair taxes. Okay, so tax is income. Everybody pays 25% or 30% or whatever it is. But then if you buy things, you don't pay anything on it. But anyhow, it's not about getting away with paying taxes, it's just about being fair. Okay, so here you go. Here's the second Hungarian night completed. Bam, just like that. Well, I warned you guys. I told you I was going to paint all four of these in a row. So the next one we're doing is the same pose. And the reason I'm doing that is so I can forcefully vary how they look. Man, the post office does a thing here. They haven't done it in a while, but one of my favorite things is one of my favorite things. I'm being sarcastic. You'll get a note on your door. We try to deliver to you with something that requires a signature. So I specifically do not want anything mailed to me that requires a signature. We try to deliver to your home, but no one was here to accept it. It's now at the post office. And they'll say what time they came. Well, they came at 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, look, asshole. I was at work working so I can pay the taxes to pay your salary. That's why I wasn't home. So then you go at lunch the next day and it's not there again because it's out for delivery. And then they leave you another note again. I'm serious. I've had that happen. That kind of incompetence is just like unacceptable. I'm not incompetent like that at my own job, by God. I don't like the post office at all. So, tier of delivery services here, in my opinion, in the United States, post office is at the bottom. Okay, because they do stunts like that, and you have to go to the post office and you got to wait in a huge line, and then you get a tude when you get up there. Attitude. Okay. Above them is FedEx because FedEx doesn't run on. Well, they may now. I haven't ordered anything from them in a long time, but they don't run on. They don't run on Saturdays. UPS was top of the tier because UPS will leave your things there. They don't ask for a signature. I mean, I live in a safe neighborhood. That's that's why you pay to live in this place, so you can leave things at your front door and they don't disappear. So we don't have that problem here, and we're gonna do a. We're gonna do. Let's do a black horse on this dude. You can leave things at my front door here, and it isn't an issue. And UPS was top dog as far as that is. You know who's got them beat? Amazon. Amazon, I swear you get things before you order them. It's ridiculous. You'll get something and like this, you'll get it the next day. It's just absurd. It's just absurd how. Now, do they screw up? Sure. Have they screwed me up? I don't think so. They're on the ball. I'll also get a time frame. This is going to come in 4 days. So you expect me to get it on Thursday. It'll show up on Tuesday. So, yeah, Amazon's got the ball rolling. Well, hopefully they don't take over the whole world because as soon as there isn't competition, things go to shit. People need competition to stay, One thing I like to say is if you're in fear, and I don't mean that in a you're scared all the time, but if you're in fear of losing your job by not doing a good job, you'll do a better job. So as soon as there isn't competition, let's do something different. Let's take this black over here. Let's add some brown. Let's make sure everything's covered in this black first. Let's do that. If you're not afraid, if you're somebody who can't be fired it, without doing a good job, things aren't going to go well. You know, that's got to keep people honest. I mean, I go to work and I want to do the best I can do because it feels good. That's like saying, well, I could paint this army and be done with it in a weekend, but it's going to look like crap. Well, who cares then? You know, I want to do a good job at anything I do, or I just don't want to do it. So, yeah, you guys are getting raped on those. You guys are getting raped on those fees, man. You're now trying to persuade all the UK Litco distributor, at least you have one, that's good, to stock all the magnetic base bottoms. Excellent. Were you already doing those before, Jeffrey, or did I talk you into it? Hopefully you figured out the true path on your own. I used to get hammered for the postage for GMT Games P500. Yeah, okay. Now they use a UK distributor. They're now a lot cheaper. Yeah. Aren't those games great? I just don't have time to learn how to play them. I got nothing against board games, as long as they look good and make me want to read about the period. I picked up Arquebus. I picked up Arquebus about a year ago, and I haven't even cracked it open. But it was like $10. Somebody was selling it at a flea market, and what I mean by flea market is um, the trade. You know, at a war game show, the trade thing. Like I'll trade you this for. They're just trying to get rid of their own personal stock, so we call that a flea market here in the States. I needed to be specific because some people don't know what that is, which is okay. It's kind of a colloquial thing, but the flea market at one of the war game shows. Yeah, he's selling it for $10. I'm like, well, I could use this for scenarios if nothing else. It's not that I don't mind playing other games. I just don't want to learn how to read all the rules and then get them wrong and then have to play them again. And that's cutting into this that I'm doing right now. So I did manage to read about an hour and a half yesterday morning of a real book. I read my 16th Century, Warfare in the 16th Century by Charles Oman. I don't know if it's Oman or Oman. Man, that's a fantastic book. That's really a fantastic book. His writing style is very easy to read. He's no Phil Barker, for sure, for damn sure. So that's fantastically laid out. As a matter of fact, it had something I'd never seen before in a book, and that is it handy here? I'll show you guys. Maybe there's other books that do this, but this is like brilliant. I got a ways to go. This beautiful thing. It's even got the rubber impregnated cover. Anyhow, so it's broken down into chapters, but here it has the name of the book at the top of each page, and on each page it has kind of a brief description of what this page is about. I had never seen that in a book. Okay, and it's not by chapter. Like this one says, later French invasion of Naples. Okay, and if you turn the one before, it says Naples, a snare for the French. the Alpine front, the Belgian front. I've never seen something like that. It's freaking brilliant. I love this book. You know. Now I've been told, you know, go through here with a grain of salt. Well, that goes for any book, but I'm enjoying the living hell out of this thing. So I'm on page, where am I? 23 of 742. So we got a ways to go, but I'm planning on going through here because this is going to get the juices flowing to work on my Renaissance stuff, which whenever the hell that's going to be. But I got some time coming up towards the end of the month that I'm not going to be able to do any gaming. I'll be hopefully out of town, so I'll take that with me and we'll get some juices flowing. But it's going to take me a while to work on that Renaissance stuff because it's going to be good. It's going to be good, or I won't do it. So it's not going to be a straight DBA conversion. It's going to be its own animal. It's going to feel like DBA, but be better. So we've been playing DBA for 15 years, and I've played almost 2,000 games of DBA. So I think I kind of have a good start on what I have a pretty good idea what works and what doesn't work. So anyhow, we're going to introduce a little bit of brown here. And we don't mind if this black has a tiny little bit of brown look to it. I just don't want it to get a little bit brighter one here. Be straight black. Went out a little bit of, yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's probably other books like that. I've just never seen it. In the UK, that would be called a bring and buy. Okay, there you go. There is one show that has a flea market where you can sell your own stuff. Most sell them for you for a fee. Okay. Jeff Litko has a U.S. distributor on Facebook. Litko Game Accessories if it helps. Yeah, love his stuff. Love his stuff. Yeah, I'm always promoting his stuff. He doesn't pay me or anything. I don't want people to pay me for stuff. I don't do this for money. If you want to pay me my salary now, I'll do this full time, folks. I told somebody, it's like, hey, will you paint for me? I said, well, if you pay me my normal salary, I'll even take like a 20% hit on my salary, and I'll be your painting bitch. You just tell me what you want to paint and I'll paint it. But I don't paint quick. Nobody's got that kind of money. Maybe Bill Gates. I don't know. There are people that are really well-to-do that do miniatures gaming. Probably the most well-to-do person that did miniatures gaming was Robin Williams. Robin Williams was supposedly a Warhammer player. I've read several articles. Well, I bet those games were a hoot. We do this because we love what we do. Are there lots of people out there that are sponsored? I don't want to be sponsored. I just feel like I don't know. You have to bend your opinion. I don't know. I'm just very. I'm not much of a sales weasel type person. I just tell things like it is. It's a lot easier to keep your lies straight if you don't make shit up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want somebody sending me free stuff and, hey, can you help promote this? And if it's something I don't believe in. Okay, I think we're going to leave the horse at that point for there now. Now, the last one we did not have an emblem on him. Oh, I already know what we're going to do on this one. I don't want a whole bunch of them to have a ton of emblems. Let's not do an emblem on this one before, but we're going to do something fun with the armor here at the front. So let's go ahead and get our mix here. These skating enhancements, I know them, they attend the Scottish shows. Yeah. Pre-feudal Scots, man. I gotta get on. I gotta get those guys made in the next couple years. They're another plain looking army. I don't mean that ugly. I'm just saying that, they don't have these bright colors and all that kind of stuff. They have a lot of like peasantry type looking guys, which I'm really enjoying. I'm really enjoying painting those guys even more. So we're just going to give these guys the old lead belt treatment here on the armor. We're going to do something different here on the front. Remember, these guys are all mercenaries. So they're not necessarily promoting their own family. They're just doing this for the money. Hey, that's my story. That's the fluff for this particular night. Yeah, so pre-feudal Scots, one of the appeals of doing them is I'll be able to drink scotch with them, which I don't have a liking for. So I'm sure there's some out there that I'd care for. I just have never had any scotch that I've liked. Now, with that, having said that, I haven't tried very many, but actually, that's not true. I had one and it was okay. I don't remember which one it is. It's just part of the experience. And I know during that time period that I'm playing those beverages didn't exist. Okay, well, you got to draw the line somewhere, though. It's the thought that counts, right? Our normal playing crew is always big on beer, and just beer just doesn't sit well with me. I get a massive headache the next morning for having one beer. It dehydrates me too much. I can sip on alcohol for 4 hours. I'm good. That and I love ice. So, be barbaric to put ice in beer. So, can't do that. So we're skipping the front here, the panels here of the armor on purpose. Got something fun planned there. I don't want these guys to be super fancy because then, the folks in charge, you've got to up the ante on what they look like. They've got to look even fancier than these folks. So you need to leave yourself some leeway to be able to do that. I have watched Little Wars, not lately. They're all over the place. They do a really good. They do really interesting programming, and yeah, they're big on Scotch. That's okay. I'm good with the. I prefer whiskey. It's just smoother. It's the same thing. It's just, you know, I haven't tried it in a long time. Maybe it's okay. But yeah, well, they're one of the guys likes bourbon, so the Tony guy. Maybe it's a Tony thing, not to like Scotch, but I had one that was okay, and I think he said it was. The guy said, "Oh, you'll like this because it's a lowland Scotch or something like that." I don't know. It just seems very sharp tasting, but you know, they. I pretty much like everything, but I don't like anything neat. Okay, I don't see what the point is in pouring a beverage out of a bottle into a glass and then drinking it. Like, why don't you just drink it out of the bottle? I mean, if you're not going to have any ice in the glass, why not just put a rubber nipple on it? So I drink everything with ice. I'm in ice. Well, I live in Florida. It's hot as hell here all the time. Okay, I have a very high internal temperature. I always feel like I'm hot all the time, and I work in an environment that's always hot. So yeah, I want ice in all of my stuff. So even in my coffee. So, you guys have any Scotch recommendations? Well, they're a little early. Don't get me excited. I'll end up stop painting the Hungarians and then want to play the pre-feudal Scots just for that. So drinking out of the bottle, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. I like putting ice in everything. I don't drink everything. I don't mind drinking straight. I've I don't cook, but I'm a good bartender. But I've honestly stopped. I don't drink very often at all. I know I like talking about alcohol more than drinking it because there's no dehydration in talking about it. But I do like to make drinks. But I've actually enjoyed drinking things straight more than adding Coke or anything else to it because what ends up happening is you end up drinking a lot more of it and then feeling crappy because of that. So if you drink something straight, it becomes difficult to drink it fast, and then you don't overdrink. So, like to give you an example, if you watch any of our videos that I have my Irish, I bring my little flask with my Tullamore Dew or Jameson Black Barrel. I need to get some of that Bushmills. I tried some of that a couple of weeks ago, and that was really good. But anyhow, I'll drink the whole flask in a gaming thing, but I'm sipping it slowly, not in the same time period, I could have 5 beers. I would just be destroyed by the 5 beers. So, yeah, I like the straight alcohol a lot better. Again, it's just part of the experience. I need to drink at work, not when I'm not at work. Okay, I can handle everything fine, not at work. But so it's not like I need to be intoxicated or anything, but it's just part of the experience and drinking along with my army and making the jokes that go along with it. So, but I do better with it's not that I don't like beer. It's just that I got to be careful with it because it just dehydrates me so much more. I got to be careful and have enough water and not drink it too late. But I like everything. So. One of the armies that's on my list because I have all the Spanish done pretty much for them is a conquistador army. That's the Tlascalan list. Book 419. I think it's the C list. Well, then we can pull out tequila. Yeah. I like that stuff. Again, just part of the experience, folks. Okay, so on the front, we are going to do some metallic. We're going to alternate black and red and this metal, so we can paint the front of this horse like that. So let's get on it, and hopefully it's not a bad idea, because we'll just have to repaint it if I don't like it. So we'll leave metal there, metal there. Metal there. Metal here. Metal there. Jura, superstition, expensive but good. My SNCOs, oh boy. Something non-commissioned officers, gotta be. Bought me a bottle after my first command tour. Okay. What do we do on the last? We'll skip on the head garb of the horse. We don't know what we're gonna do there yet. Let's go ahead and get good old Nuln oil out. And you don't have to use the Nuln oil. I've done this a lot before in the past without using the Nuln oil. It's just I have it. It adds a little bit of depth to it, and I don't enjoy the fact that I have to wait for it to dry. That's very unique to me. I'm not used to having to wait on that part of the process. Here in the States, there's a lot of taxes on alcohol. I'd say half of what you're paying for is taxes. It's probably the same in other places, but any chance to get it, you go on a cruise or something like that we go on. Well, back when we used to go on them every year, try to pick up something, because it's 40% off, basically, the price of it. So that's pretty significant. 40% off, so. Maybe it's the puritanical tax, or I don't know exactly what it is. Maybe it's the same in Europe. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we're done with that. While that's drying, we can paint the red parts. Senior NCOs, okay. So that means you were an offizier. That's good. Thank you for your service. I'm not English, but you're still one of the good guys. Glad to have you on our team. A Scot living in England. And Jeffrey's, I don't know where Jeffrey's from, but Jeffrey's in Scotland. And his name's Smith, so I'm guessing he's the opposite. He's an Englishman living in Scotland. I could be wrong. Sounds like a good story, right? That'd be pretty cool if it was. That would be pretty cool. Oh, okay. Damn it, I missed it. Ah, it was a good story. That would have been cool. Two Scots on the two Scots on the show. Yeah, I guess I got to do the pre-feudal Scots now. Only reason I wouldn't do an army is if it's too popular. You see everybody running around with a army of a certain kind. I lose interest in wanting to do them. I haven't seen too many pre-feudal Scots out there, so I got some nice flags for them. Got some ideas for some shields, and yeah, they look real pretty. And fast pike, man, fast pike are awesome. I love fast pike. Pike are challenging. You got to give up some space to make things happen. So there we go. Looking for the smaller brushes. Yeah, I was mentioning what one thing I learned while I was painting my Irish and doing the Edward the Bruce's invasion and all that. I looked into a little bit of the history, and I did not know. This is probably really ignorant of me, but this isn't taught in schools here, and well, it's definitely not taught now. It wasn't taught then. I did not realize that it was the Scots, the Scots Irish went to Scotland, not the other way around. I just assumed that the Scots Irish had started in Scotland and went to Ireland, not the other way around. No idea. That's pretty cool. So if I didn't know that, I know most people on the street, well, here, don't know that. Because like I said, is when I say I don't know anything about a certain period, that doesn't really mean I don't know anything. It just means I don't know enough to have a wargaming type of opinion about it. Because it's just something I don't look into stuff unless I'm wargaming the period. But that was really interesting. I had no idea. Let's do a quick highlight and paint of these red portions here. The other thing I did not know is, again, because I'm not doing the period until I find that out, this army that I'm building is around the time of Matthias Hunyadi. I did not realize that these guys attacked the Germans. And not only that, they captured Vienna for a number of years, handful of years. I had no idea. Again, I don't know that kind of specific information unless I'm building an army for it. So that's why I like historical gaming. You're learning you're learning real things that happened, whether you even unintentionally. It's fascinating. Fascinating stuff. Totally need to bail, but this has been great company for my painting. Hope to see you again soon. Now curious about the oil you used. Until next time. Yeah, so if you go back and read this is known oil by Citadel. It's not really oil at all. It's just a wash. And I don't know exactly what's in it, but that's basically what it is. It's a wash. And I know they have it in your hometown because this is made in the UK. Yeah. I use some Citadel stuff. The metallics are Citadel. Are they Citadel now? They used to be Citadel and Games Workshop. Now they've gone back to being called Citadel. Good. That's what I knew them as. I called them Citadel for the longest time. How are we doing on our banners over here? Still a little soft. I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah, yesterday it came up on the programming that I believe it was one of the Germans said that he was surprised that most people that I said that most people in the United States do not paint. Yep. I would say that I would say definitely most, maybe even only a third paint. It's a small amount. Too many lazy Americans here. The other thing is if you get started doing this later in life, when you have funds, and there's so many cheap painting services, I can see why people would do that. You know, if you're paying $2 a figure or less, and you've never painted before, why would you build up the skills to do it unless it's something you thought you were going to do? You know, I mean, I started when I was a kid, you know, and I've always been artistic, but you couldn't pay me paint $2 a figure, but $2 a foot figure, $4 a mallard figure. That seems to be a fairly common price for painting things. I have a feeling it does not include the actual lead, the price of the figures. But yeah, it's relatively inexpensive. I'm not paying for that. I'm not painting for that amount of money. That's $2 a figure. That's 50 cents an hour for me. Nope. No. I'll do it for free and keep the figures, and you can see them on videos, and we can help promote the hobby. How about that? I don't know if I'd want to paint for somebody even if they paid me whatever I wanted, because I still don't get to keep the figures and use them in the videos. We're going to give this guy a normal colored lance. We don't want to keep doing crazy colors with every single one of them that I do. So this guy's just going to have like a buff colored lance or something like that. Not everybody can be a superstar. Yeah, the guy in the UK, I think he lives over in, I don't know my UK counties that well. The tip. The tip where Plymouth is in. What's that, Cornwall? I think that's Cornwall. Yeah, he's one of the guys that kind of, well, he didn't ask me to do a he didn't ask me to start doing stuff on YouTube. I just saw his stuff and I'm like, well, hell, I could do that probably. And I really enjoyed listening to him. He's got a very calm, easy to listen to voice. So I don't know why I would know what that is. I don't really look at UK geography. I believe that's Cornwall, over there in the tip. Just the tip. Just hit the 2 hour mark. Thanks for hanging out with me. Okay. Right. I think we missed some stuff here. Still paying for the tea. Somebody say that you're still paying for the tea, 2 minutes. I love English tea. I just don't like it warm. I don't like to drink anything warm. I'm too hot. But that Earl Grey and stuff like that, black tea, oh, that's good stuff. That's really good stuff. My daughter even puts milk in it like you guys. Yeah, we like that stuff. I just never drink anything warm. I'm just so darn hot on the inside all the time. Soup, hot soup. That's about it. Okay. Now where do we go? Well, let's keep lightening this guy up. Let's go into the other shade here. Having that little bead in there makes all the difference in the world. Big difference. I know we're going to have to do some non-painting stuff today, so we'll try to get as much of this done as we can. Because these 2 units of knights are big. That's 12 figures for those 2 stands. These deep knights, so. Those 2 figures done. Hey, I'm a sixth of the way done. Yippee! For those of you in the UK, there's still a significant amount of animosity between, say, Scotland and England. I figured it would be. I figured it would be a similar situation of like, how those of us here in the South don't like people from New York. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether it's if you dislike people from a different region there in England, if it's mostly based on history or mostly based on how they behave in the common field of things. For us here, it's mostly how you behave now, you know. We don't like those city slickers and their laws. Not that I live in the middle of the country or anything, but, you know. Okay. That's all we need to do on this guy. Okay. We need what color rag this guy's going to be sitting on. Let's do a dark blue one. It's a bit different. Let's see. Some of these dark blues are weird. This is not one of them. I'll see if I can find the one that I was telling you about that's weird, and I'll tell you why it's weird. One of these looks very deep blue on the bottom. Here you go, this one. That's a really nice blue, right? The top is very gray. Now, this is actually the paint. That's when I first got these Vallejos, I started painting it, the tips of them. Yeah, I stopped doing that because now they're in, I'm looking at the bottoms when I have them. But this one in particular is very gray-like. No, we won't use that one. We'll use one of these other two. Use that one. Oh, this is another one too. Look what this color looks like here at the bottom. Now look at the tip. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's pretty gray looking. We're going to use it anyways. That's all right. We don't want it too bright anyways. We're good. We go a little bit darker than that. You don't want to go too light because if you start with too light, then you can't go any darker. Well, unless you drop Nuln Oil or something on that, but I don't like painting in that reverse method. I've never used the contrast paints, but reading about what people are going through using them, it's probably really similar to using glazes. And glazes is like watercolors. It's like in the opposite order that I paint in. I paint the darkest thing and start lightening up. I paint all the shadows and then I paint where the highlights go up from that. And watercolors are the opposite. You paint like everything. If I was painting this with like a watercolor or something, you paint everything in the lightest it's ever going to be, and then darken the darkened spots. And not that there's anything wrong with painting that way. It's just, it's kind of like driving on the opposite side of the street. You could make mistakes when you don't intend to. So actually, it's exactly like that. So man, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna need to get a snack, which is fine because we're almost out of coffee. So we're gonna finish this color, and we'll take a little break, meaning a couple minutes. So my painting arrangement that I have here for my painting station is really comfortable, except that if anything gets tired on you, you have to get up. It's because of sitting on your butt for so long. It's not posture, it's not eyesight. It's really comfortable. I mean, I could paint. Well, I've painted all day long. I've painted a 9.5 hour session live. I think it was 9. Yeah, that was fun. A lot of people came by and said hi during that time. But only time I ever got tired, I have to get up from time to time to um, to move around a little bit. It's just uncomfortable. Let's get some more white on here. Where's the white? Okay, and then we're gonna roll into doing this guy's scabbard, which we're gonna do a leather type color. So let's go ahead and pull that out. So we'll have it handy here. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay, back as promised. Let's see, coffee. Just black with ice. Put anything else in it, it's just gonna slow you down. Okay. Scabbard's over here. Bring this up. Just at some point to find out who carries these paint palettes, so I can see who carries the papers. Not that I'm low, but I may be out in March. At the rate I'm going, I don't want to be a time period where I can't get anything done, and I really don't want to buy the just regular parchment paper and cut it to size because I'm not going to be rounding the corners. still have this stuff here. I kind of do all my swords the same way. I don't do individual swords that look a certain way for a certain guy. That's way too much time on your hands for that. Okay. Then we're going to do something a little different. We're going to grab that other blue we were talking about. Right? And the cover of the reins, we'll do that in this color. We'll do this color in white. It's a little different. Now, one thing we're going to do is I'm going to paint some details on here. But we're going to use the same blue, and we're going to make two different colors out of this same blue. So this is the color that we have here right now. We're just going to lighten that with white, make one color, and then go back to this and then add more of this core color and then lighten it with white. And you'll basically have two different blues. They're in the same color family, but yet will be different. And we're going to lighten it up a little bit more. I lied. I'm going to do a little bit more. Gotta be careful. White's pretty powerful. Little goes a long way, so you don't want to put too much of that on there. Or the next thing you know, gone past the point you can deal with it. Okay. Let's go back to this core color. Mix it with black, so we'll have our starting point there. The little check box there. Okay, this is about where we were originally. We're going to add more of this. And we'll just start. Let's just start somewhere new here. And let's add more of this. And now we'll add white to that. No, we need to not. We need to go one more, then a white. Oh, wrong one. It's the other blue. Look the same on the outside. Overkill. The tiniest of highlights. The tiniest of highlights. Okay. Show you guys where we're at right now. Okay. Just quick cracked a little bit. It is. There we go. All right. Where to next? Well, we got this fluffy thing on the top of his head. We've done a white one, so let's do a red one. The fluffy thing on his head. I don't want to use the same red. I want to use, what do we say? The scarlet was the orange one? Let's use the one that's not scarlet. How about that? They're the same but different. And let's get some yellow out here because we're going to highlight that with yellow. Don't need a whole lot. Okay, let's take our red. Oh, let's finish our brush completely out. Okay, let's take our red and let's take some black. Okay, just make this whole thing. Okay. And let's add more of this. Let's do straight this color. And a little bit of yellow. Okay. Now we said we were going to make this guy just kind of a basic color lance. This color right here. Dark sand should work. Not everybody can be a superstar, folks. These guys aren't necessarily nobility. They're just mercenaries. And I do kind of want them to have some kind of a theme so they all kind of float well together. Oh, are we stuck now? Swipe this thing down. Tool's not where they're supposed to be. Where's my pin vise? Here it is. Clean them paint boogers off. There we go. Okay. That's a super detailed one. This one should be fine. Those of you just joining us, welcome, welcome. Painting some Hungarian Knights here. Good morning, Epic Fox. Wow, it's early where you're at. It's yeah, it's like 6:30. There you go. Go enjoy your weekend. No point in sleeping through it. Almost done with this figure too. That's good. We've got this is the third one, which means we've got 9 more to do in this set of knights. This is just 2 stands of deep knights. And unfortunately, when one of them dies, it's worth 2 elements killed on the first one. So they get shot to bits just as easy as regular knights. So you want to make sure that you keep them out of harm's way until you go crashing into the line. We're going to paint all the fancy knights first, or the more well-armored knights first. Then we will go back and do the guys on the second row. You slept in today. I don't remember the last time I slept in. You don't want me to sleep in. I'll be upset. I like my mornings to do this. Get something productive to do. Productive start to the day. Okay. Working our way. Working our way to a buff colored lance. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got here. Taking a little break from historical. Been printing resin and painting Epic 40K and Battlefleet Gothic. So Mitch has a ton of Epic 40K stuff. I mean, like a ton. And he keeps saying he wants to play, but that's going to be all on him to run the game. I had some figures a long time ago that I bought probably in 1990. I saw one of those White Dwarf magazines, and I really didn't do any Citadel Games Workshop stuff at all. But I had the figures, saw White Dwarf magazine, and thought it'd be really cool to do the demons. So I had the box set of the Epic Demon set or whatever, the little plastic. Had Chaos Space Marines and Beast Met and some other stuff, all in plastic. And I think I had a I guess it's another demon that was in wielding a sword that was really big. I saw something out of a White Dwarf magazine. Thought it'd be a really funny game, but of course I'd never played the game before. But I sold them a long time ago. I sold them on eBay probably around 2005, 2004, somewhere around there. Some of the first stuff that I sold on eBay. Yeah, and my BattleTech stuff. Well, I hadn't used the stuff in like 15 years. So, yeah, the only Games Workshop stuff I've ever painted was, though that stuff I didn't paint, but at least I had it, was I had a squad or like 10 Imperial Guard. I probably painted around 89, 90, 91, something like that. Actually, I think I was still living at home, so we'll call it 89. And what else? Living at home. Aren't you always living at home? You know what I mean, mom and dads. What else did I paint? This Games Workshop. Maybe it. I just never really got into it. That's why several people have asked me, "Hey, why don't you do 28s?" I don't have a history of 28s. I didn't grow up playing it or anything. I've never played a Games Workshop game of any kind. I had the old 40K rule book that was the old, you know, had Space Marines on the cover of it or whatever, and had the binding that would keep coming out of it. But I never played it. Nobody was playing it at that time in my area. This is talking about the late 80s, early 90s. So, all right, maybe a little bit of highlighting here. Thin this down a little bit. We don't want to put any heavy transitions. Just some quick, where would the light catch on this? Okay, now we need a little tip there at the end, a metal tip. You punch through the other guy's armor. Yeah, used to play in the early 90s. Now there's a fan-based system called NetEA. Much better than the original. Would love to see you guys play a game. It's all on Mitch. He's got to do it. I don't mind playing stuff. I can't be the point man on other rule systems. I just don't have it in me. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's why we're here. I don't mind painting other stuff. I don't like Games Workshop from the standpoint of they don't they there's two rule sets. I never got into playing Games Workshop because they did a couple of things when I was starting out, and they canceled a couple of games I was really interested in. So I was really interested in that Dark Future. It was like Car Wars at the time in the late '80s. We were playing Car Wars, and they had miniatures Car Wars came out. That's really cool. So they canceled that. And then what else was the other thing that they did? Oh, that Man of War, that little sailing, the little ship game that they did. They canceled that one too. So I'm like, you guys know I'm a slow painter. So the last thing I want to do is spend a couple years working on a couple armies to do, and all of a sudden the game isn't supported and the players go elsewhere. I'm like, I no, I'm not interested in that. You know, of course you could always play the rules and say screw you. I don't care if you cancel or not. We're still going to play it, but the fan base seems to go kind of the way that is. So that was, I guess, the new version of that stuff happening is like with a couple of rule sets that they'll come out with a new version of them and kind of leave everybody out to dry, like Saga and Flames of War did that as well. So a lot of people that I know that played Flames of War were very disappointed with that. So they're just like, well, I'm just going to sell all my stuff. So I never, I got too much invested in painting miniatures for them just to say, we're not going to do this anymore. So, but that's one of the reasons I never got into it is I really would have played that. I really think that Dark Future I would have liked, but I have a limited amount of time to do stuff. So, even though I do enjoy playing Gaslands and what have you, we haven't played in over a year. And of course, the last time we tried to play, we didn't finish a game, and we didn't try that big a thing. But I have a limited amount of time to do stuff, so I want to make sure that if I'm going to spend all this time painting something, that we actually do something with it. But I'm not opposed to playing Epic 40K, but Mitch has got to run the game. Kind of like what we did with Napoleon's Battles. He ran the Napoleon's Battles game that we played. Now I don't know about filming it. We're not very proficient in it, so we'd hate to put something out there that's totally wrong. I know we got some things in Napoleon's Battles wrong, but ultimately, if you're playing with your own group, it doesn't really matter because everybody's playing by the same rules, whether they're right or wrong. But you don't want to put something out there that's just totally opposite of how it's supposed to be. We're going to do a white covering on the head of this knight of the horses knight. So I'm just going to keep rambling on, but that's why I really didn't get into Games Workshop, and and I never played the game, so I have a hard time understanding rules when I'm just reading them and don't have a frame of reference to base it on. I prefer to play something first and then kind of have a clue what the hell they're talking about. Um, I learn better that way. So yeah, we love our historical special DBA. Just need a brief change of scenery. Games Workshop is horrible. That's why I print all my Games Workshop models, lol. So one of the coolest things I ever saw is you're my age, so you might appreciate this. Generation. I even forgot what we are. What are we? X? Yeah, Generation X. Went to Historicon. Last Historicon there was, and this guy ran. I think it was a homegrown set of rules. He ran a game, a 28 millimeter game based on the old Hasbro GI Joe stuff from the 80s, and it was all done in that style. But it was 28 millimeter figures, so he had the whole tanks and everything. It had the scenery. He even had the data cards for the figures that were done in the same style as the old 3 3/4 inch figures. It was we went by that table. We had a couple of good laughs. They had everything on there. You had trouble bubbles and all kinds of stuff. That would have been fun to play just for all the cracks you could make. But he printed all his stuff up as well. So I've had several people say you need to get a 3D printer, but the problem is I don't get frustrated by doing what I'm doing right now. It takes a long time, but I can get through it and I'm building upon it. So if you paint one little portion and you do it right, you keep building upon that. When you end up having a hardware problem or something prints and then it doesn't print right the next time, I get really frustrated with that. So I am more than likely, if I ever did any 3D printing, just asking somebody to print it or pay for it, and I'll paint it. I'm not a 3D printer. I've got a computer now that could handle it. I just don't want to take my hobby time, my limited hobby time, and use it for that. because it's going to be frustrating. So, um, so yeah, 3D printing is really cool. I just don't have the personality type for that, because you could spend 6 hours trying to fix something and then not get it resolved, and you just wasted 6 hours instead of painting a figure and a half, right? So, somebody on Facebook has been painting 28 millimeter GI Joe. I think it would be hilarious. I think it would be hilarious. That's that was just so funny. I mean, they had tanks and everything. Really, really funny. Really, really funny. Yeah, I could get into that. It bring back memories. Just like I think it would be really cool to do a Transformers game, like a BattleTech. So you could do, a BattleTech type game, but with the old Transformers. I think that'd be pretty cool. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't like their business model. Hey, it works for them. They've been in business a long time and they have lots of fans. I still have some of their original paints. Their new paints are good. Um, you know, they're doing something right. It just doesn't really work for me. I mean, I grew up at a time when companies either made rules or they made miniatures. Not really, it was any that did both. I mean, Games Workshop did both, but I really wasn't into them. So for me the first people that made both was those. Remember the old when Old Glory first hit the scene? They had the 15 millimeter World War II, which at that time, 15 millimeter was not a World War II scale, and they had those packs for Command Decision. This is probably around 89, 90, something like that. They came out with maybe 91. And Command Decision was we were just doing it in micro armor. So that really didn't appeal to us. But yeah, when I first saw him, like, you got, what am I doing? I'm talking, not paying attention. I did the same color that the, oh, good. You guys get to see how I fix a mistake. Perfect. All right. Let's go back. Let's dial this back. I thought it was a good multitasker for this. Let's go back. Easy fix. Easy fix, folks. I'm like, why is this looking the same color as the lance? Because it's the same freaking color as the lance. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and use a smaller brush because we need to get in here and into some tight spots here. 3D printing hasn't been useful in 15 millimeter historical. Miscellaneous terrain is good for and World War II. Yeah, well, 3D printing is handy if somebody makes the files for it. Now, I know you could make your own, design your own things, but yeah, like I said, I don't want to use my hobby time for that. There's people that are already better at that than I am, and it's not something that really interests me. I mean, I took CAD in school, okay, and I can handle all that stuff, or I used to be able to handle all that stuff, but I don't want to use my hobby time for that. Somebody else can print for me if I want something bad enough. I just I can just see, okay? I find some castle or something I want to 3D print for one of my armies, right? So it's going to take forever to print. So I go to work, I leave it printing, right? Something goes wrong, something's not calibrated to itself or whatever, and an hour in, it's screwed up. Well, it's going to keep printing. So I come back from work expecting to see a really cool castle, and I got a pile of mush. Now I'm pissed off. I don't have anything to paint like I wanted to. I'm like, screw that. I don't have time. I don't have the right personality for that. You know. So that's not for me. That's not for me. If I spend some time doing something, I want it to be something that actually have something to show for it. And I can tell you I don't have the personality for it because editing videos, I've had some videos that like really long ones that have taken a long time to upload and like they get like 90% done. I'm like 3 hours in, can't use my phone and everything, get 90% done, and all of a sudden they stop. I have to start over again. I want to throw my freaking phone against the wall and never do another video. That's just, now the fact that this night is taking this long to do, I don't mind. It doesn't bother me because I'm constantly building on it. But having to go back to square zero and have nothing to show for it other than being frustrated, no, that's a deal breaker for me. I don't have the right personality for that. So, there are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Yeah, if it's painting, I can fix. I can fix anything. Painting, 3 hours to clean up that pile of mush. It's happened to me. Yeah, it applies to children as well as paintings. The resin is much easier. Okay, than the plastic, huh? Yeah. My wife's even said, "You don't need to get a 3D printer." Like, why not? I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with me. I just know how I am. I'm really good natured when it comes to the gaming stuff and like painting and stuff because everything always goes right. Okay, so you play a game and you lose. Who cares? You're still having a good time, you know? I enjoy painting. This is therapy, but I don't need frustration in my hobby. So I get paid for frustration. We all do. We're almost done with this, dude. This is the third of the 4 nights. They're all exactly the same figure, but they're painted different on purpose. These are guys who are going to be in the second and third position on this deep nightstand. I know I explained this before, but there's going to be 6 knights on each one of these. And you'll have one guy here, it's in the lead, 2 guys here abreast, and 3 across the back. The 3 guys are on the back are basically have a helmet on. That's it, unarmored horse. These 2 guys, or these 3, are armored horses and armored figures. So that's what it is. We're doing these knights that we're painting right now are going in this because this lance at a 45 degree works really well for these 2 positions. Then we'll do the lead guys, so to speak, and then we'll do the 6 across the back. So that's the plan. Of course, we're not doing any of that. We're not mounting any of them until all 12 are done. So these guys will look nice. These knights in a wedge are very cool looking. They're eye catching and they're really nice to pick up. They got a lot of heft. Hefty, hefty, hefty. All right, what we got left here? We've got some hooves to do. We've got the tail. Let's go ahead and do the tail. Now, this one is going to be black because it is basically a black horse, but we're not going to put any brown in this one. We're going to just do white. Add white to this one for his tail. Yeah, I don't get frustrated painting things at all. It's therapeutic. got Scott's playing a game called. He's always talking about it. I don't know what it's called, but it's a 28 millimeter skirmish game, science fiction, where you build like a war band, and it's not a Games Workshop thing. I forget what it's called, but he speaks highly of it. I just have limited amount of time to paint things, so I'm gonna I'm gonna go with the what I like the most. And I also like the fact if you do historicals, you don't have a total blank canvas. There's some things that if you want them to look realistic, that you have to do. You know, if you're, you can, but you can put your own spin on certain things. So I like it's kind of a combination of historical fantasy you can do, but just being total fantasy where you have the whole world is you're open to do whatever you want is a little too much freedom for me. I like to be restricted a little bit more. I don't know what that game's called. I've never played it, so it's got a one-word name. I forget what it is. It's not Descent. It sounds like Descent or something like that. I'm thinking, but it's a build your own warband type thing, and he speaks highly of it because he does paint. He's just not painting historicals right now. That's okay. Okay, socks. Let's do all four on this one. So let's mix this our black right here. You can just go right on there. Add white. Add a little bit more white. All right, and let's do the bottom here. I'd play more things. I just don't want to play things wrong. I'd rather not play something that plays something wrong and just you get spread too thin. I used to not be that way. I think DBA's kind of turned me into that. DBA's been such a challenge to get right that I just don't want to go through that much trouble for. One thing I wouldn't mind doing more of that I really enjoyed or found out that I enjoyed was doing the backgrounds, the backdrops for like the photos and stuff that I take on my figures. Those are fun, and those actually are really quick. You just have that you just need to just jump in and start painting. You think about that too much, and you'll be like, oh, I don't know what to do, and you end up not doing anything. But those are fun. And the ones I painted, I've just used craft paint. I'd love to buy the acrylic tubes, but man, they're too expensive. I just, if I was doing art, that would be different. But painting clouds for the first time, that was cool. But it's similar but different. Well, we've been cleaned out of craft paints here for a while now, ever since this pandemic here. Actually, so I went to the store and I saw there was a small restock of black, and I'm like, let me grab that stuff. So I'm good for a couple of years now. It's hard to come by those craft paints. I think a lot of people take up painting that aren't painters, and the restocking on things is just not as it used to be. It's a little bit better now than it was 6 months ago. Yeah, I can handle this taking a while because you're constantly building upon it. It's not like, you know, you you wasted your time doing something. It's just a slow race, like walking a marathon. Okay, some hooves, and then we're done. Good stuff. Good stuff. Uh oh, what we got? Yeah, the crafts got hit here too. A few weeks ago, they were back, and I got a ton. I'm about 4 years in our Macedonian Indian DBMM project, about 6 years into my NAPS GDA project. Yeah, keep painting. Yeah, yeah, it's a restocking, people buying issue, and the craft paint, some colors are better than the other. The black is excellent. This crap, I call it the crappy black. It's actually really good paint. It's what I use for the edge of all my stands. It's this folk art licorice, and I need to keep this upside down. And yeah. I'm surprised that this stuff's made in the U.S. So any of those brands, the Americana, I think Plaid owns a couple of the brands. Oh, good. They were out of it at the store that I go to. I gotta order some brushes at some point. I'm not out, but I want to have them before I need them. So the place I normally would get them from is I'm not sure if they have them. I don't go there anymore. So we'll find another place to secure them from, and we may have to Amazon them, I guess, if I don't have another choice. But you know, I'm not going to go to the zoo anymore. I'm not buying them at the zoo. So we better find another place to buy these cheap Chinese brushes at. I guess they're all freaking Chinese, no matter what it is. So I'll paint this up a little bit more, just a little bit of highlighting, and then we'll be done with these guys. Okay. Use a mix of folk art, apple bower made for terrain, some base colors, and metallics. I do too. I don't have any other metallics, but that's what I use for terrain because I could be a little bit more. I could waste more and feel better about it. Let's put it that way. So, okay. Yeah. Let's get this up here. I got 2 guys done this morning. Woo-hoo! Good stuff, good stuff. See, you do this and then you have a productive day. It's like working out in the morning. You feel good the rest of the day, right? That's later. We'll do that later. Now, let's put them with the other guys. We want them to be different. This guy's got the split helmet. I like doing those. Those are cool. All the same pose. Of course, they'll be on different stands. 2 of them will be on different stands. So, 3rd guy, right? I mean, 4th guy. 4th guy to do. Same pose. Dun, 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 dun. There's different poses in the Army. Just these 4 guys happen to be the same. So I figured let's paint them all at once to make sure that we get a varied appearance. Okay. Let's do another brown horse, the common color. I do something a little bit more creative that they could show up in it, some betters, but yeah, I don't use expensive brushes. These are the plaid brushes. I'm not sure who carries these other than where I used to get them. I don't want to give them my business anymore. I'm not boycotting them or anything. I just don't want to deal with their drama. That's Walmart. I'm not going to Walmart anymore. It's a zoo. So, they pissed me off last October with something they did. And ever since then, I'm like, well, I'm not going to your damn store. Army Painter much better. Do they sell them in big packs? I hate to buy them by the each. I have to give them a try. I probably have to order them by mail because we have a little hobby store here, but they have trouble restocking things. Not a hobby store, but a game store. So, yeah. How do you buy yours individually on Amazon? I freaking love Amazon. Now, Amazon's the new Walmart, but you know what? You don't have to deal with Walmartians when you shop at Amazon. And they're really efficient. They'll tell you something's coming in on a Friday and it shows up on a Wednesday earlier. I like them, you know. So, yeah, I like Amazon. We're doing a lot of work with them at work. We're building distribution centers all over the place. So, good for them. I just hope they don't take over because you need competition. But, you know, nothing more frustrating than driving all over town trying to find something and then people don't have it at stores or don't have a clue. How are we doing on this thing? It's still drying up a little bit. I want to put some cuts in the bottom of this banner. But you need to harden a little bit more. I don't have to have the cuts in there, just be kind of cool. Yeah, I like Amazon. Yeah. And I think they're only going to get more popular because as they put restrictions and shut things down, you know, people can just order things. So you're shipping a lot of steel into several states and into Mexico for several Amazon distribution centers. Yeah, they're kicking ass, man. They are really kicking ass. We've got a couple distribution centers in one in Groveland and one in Apopka that are going up. And I didn't realize you were in the shipping business. That's what I do as well. Well, only for our own company. So I do more than that, but that's mainly what I do, coordinating stuff. At least we have the person who's the best with maps at my job doing that, because there's some map-tard people. So, yeah, that's what I do. I've been doing that for a long time. I'm already a map guy before I started working there. So, yeah, the economy's been, maybe next year with the changes, things will slow down a little bit. And we cannot have as much work because I know some people are hurting with the amount of work, but we're not. We're been kicking ass and taking names since 2012. So we had that slowdown in 2009 for no reason whatsoever. And the construction industry this time around just basically said, F you, we're not slowing down. So we are putting some of this stuff away before we get started on the next figure. We are no slower because of the pandemic. The pandemic really hasn't affected us at all. So we've been kicking ass and taking names. So, and I've been there since '94 where we're at. So we've seen the ups and downs. Yeah, 2009 was stupid. Was just stupid slow. Well, that's when it was so slow I started working on my Renaissance rules. That's when that came out. So, Swift Transportation Flatbed Ops Manager. That's what I do, flatbed stuff. We're extremely busy and in demand, yeah. Yeah, I ship concrete, precast concrete. That's what we do. So, we don't go all over we do some in the southeast, but we have our own fleet, which is very small. And we have a couple of local haulers that drop trailers and stuff and make it really easy. I've known both guys one guy for like 25 years. So I make life really easy for them so that they don't have a leg to stand on when people don't show up to pick up their loads. So don't deal with any big companies. There's one company, as a matter of fact, that they just don't get it that I'm not going to use them anymore. We do a lot of project-based stuff, so we'll have local things, but then we'll have people that will have a big job that will go like 8 hours away. It's unusual. Nobody wants to pay for freight, right? So why would you get somebody to precast something and then go 8 hours away with it? And these guys would just call every week. Hey, you got something for me? No, I'll send you an email if I do. And I'm extremely busy, so I don't have time for BS at work. And these guys in particular had every month they would put me on a new person. So we'd have to do the whole spiel of introduce yourself and all that stuff. I just finally told them, I said, if you guys switch the person that I had a guy I was working with for like 10 years. He left, and it's been a fail ever since then. I said, you guys keep switching with guys, I'm gonna go to somebody else. And I did. We don't have anything for them in that area, that they're good at. But so I just basically blackballed this company. I'm not going to use them anymore. So we actually had an interesting thing that happened about a month ago. We had one of our other companies that we work with, kind of a partner. They're in another area. They asked us to bring a form down, arrange the freight to bring a form down from Wisconsin down to Florida. So I sent the email out to the people that I deal with and pricing and stuff like that, just so we can get a good price on who's going to win the bid on that. And the guy up there told us, okay, these forms, how many trucks is it going to be? He's like, oh, it should all fit on one form or whatever. So I sent it out, arrange it to be picked up. And the day it's picking up, the guy up there says, I was wrong. We can't get it on one truck. It's going to be another one. I said, well, we're not going to be able to pick it up the same day. I'll have to tell the hauler that it's going to be one more truck. And when it's going to be. So we arranged it. It was going to be 2 days later. And the guy that's picking up calls me. He says, "Hey, the load's not here." I said, "What do you mean the load's not here?" I said, "They said it's already been picked up." I said, "I'm setting no one up to pick up the second truck other than you." "I don't know. They're telling me it's not." So I called them up there, and they told me the name of the company that they said, "Yeah, it already picked up yesterday." I said, "Well, I didn't have anybody coming by." "Well, who was the name of the company?" And it was the name of the company that I've blackballed. I've never sent them a quote or anything, so I don't know how the hell they would know about this load unless it's on some board or whatever. So I'm like, "Well, I, I don't know what we're gonna do. Is I'm not paying for the fucking load." Okay. So it arrived. They picked up the load on their own, delivered it to us, and I still haven't gotten an invoice from them. And I'm not going to pay them, because it's like we're not using you. I'm like, who the hell does business like that? And then come to find out that this company does this stuff all the time. I just didn't like them because they just freaking wouldn't leave me alone. I got stuff to do. So I'm a real straight shooter when it comes to the stuff that I do at work. And some people may not like that, but I ask people for a price and that's it. I don't go back to the other guy and say whittle them down to, working them back. I don't play that game. I'm too busy to do stuff like that. So yeah, it was brokered it out. It was a broker. It was this broker that I will not use anymore. Which there's probably three or four of that I won't use anymore. They just flat out lie to you. So I can't deal with that stuff. Because what happens is if somebody tells you, somebody lies to you about something, I have somebody above my pay grade that asks when something's going to come in, and I don't know they lied to me. So I tell them what it is, and it makes me look bad. And like I told people, I said, I'm not a liar. I'm an asshole. Okay. I can't, I can't lie about what it is. You keep your lies straight. So, yeah, I won't use Nolan or C.H. Robinson. Okay, well, if we're gonna name names, C.H. Robinson left us hanging on something. They can go to hell. I won't use them. As a matter of fact, we have we do work for FPL, Florida Power and Light, and they pick their own hauling, they pick their own freight, and they send C.H. Robinson, and they're terrible. But we won't use them on our own. We won't use Melton. We won't use who else? The company I was talking about, this just god awful, is TQL. They weren't. I had a guy that I worked really well with, and they just every month they've got somebody new that wants to call me and introduce himself and want to know how our industry works. I'm like, if you stop switching freaking people, and it wasn't that the people quit, it was just they wanted to, oh, well, that guy wasn't doing his job. Well, we don't have jobs that are 8 hours away that are going on now. So we don't have that need. And we're super busy. So, because I'm the one arranging the freight, checking all the loads, doing all the billing, I'm freaking busy. So, anyhow, C.H. Robinson, yeah, screw those guys. Yeah, they left us hanging on something and didn't want to cover the part of the thing. So we don't really have a need for a big company like that because most of our stuff is less than 2 hours away. So most people don't want to do that, you know. And we don't load and deliver the same day. We load everything the day before, so you can control the delivery time because the customer doesn't want to. They don't want to pay for somebody just sitting there. They don't want a delivery that's going to get at 4, and then the guy gets a flat tire and he's got to wait till 6 to get there. They got other things to do. We've kind of spoiled everybody. Ever since I started working there, we're like we load the day before, and we basically plan on deliveries at 8 o'clock in the morning. So Nolan, I don't know. I don't think that I know Nolan, but yeah, the important thing is you get guys that have kind of the same attitude that you have, that know you got to get the job done. If you can't cover a load, tell them you can't cover a load. If you tell them that you need to run a load at $1,200, give them a price of 1,200. give them one of 900, and then, well, things didn't fall exactly in line. We're going to have to run it for 12. Nobody wants that. I want to get tell me how much it's going to cost and put that in our bid. And if we get the job, then you get the work, you know. So, okay. A brown horse. A brown horse, of course, of course. Yeah. How do we get talking about work? Damn it. Damn it, man. Yeah, we're extremely busy. Extremely busy. We go from extremes. We go from nobody's taking anything to everything. Everybody wants something at the same time. So, as a matter of fact, I've got a vacation that's coming up 8th of December. I'm going to have to cancel because it's the busiest we've ever been in 26 years. And I'm not doing all that stuff ahead of time and then coming back and fixing it all. It's just not worth it. Some other things kind of fell into play where it's not convenient to take the vacation at that time also. So we're just going to scrub that. But yeah, my next job will be one that it'll be like that sheepdog one. Remember the sheepdog and the coyote? As soon as that whistle blows, that's it. I stop and everything picks up exactly where I left off when I come back. So that'll be my next job. That's going to be high on my list. My next job may end up being retirement, but nonetheless, this whole getting stuff done before you can go on vacation is, and then fixing it, leaving everything done, and then the cruise still hits the Titanic still hits the iceberg kind of stuff is just getting really old. So I'm sure you probably have the same issues. That's one thing I don't like, playing games that involve a lot of planning. I got to do that at work, and things go sideways. So you have to do a lot of planning. It still goes sideways. I'm like, I don't want to deal with that in a game. I don't want to do this long range planning kind of stuff. So 'But you should just be able to just play the market, man. Yeah, I see you've been doing that. I have the wrong personality to gamble, so I don't. But I see you've been doing the market. That stuff's Chinese, so I don't even want to look at. I don't want to look at where my 401k is. It's just better not to know. It's kind of on autopilot. Not worth getting upset over things you can't control. So I remember the first time we got control of our 401k was like in '99. It was the year that Clinton went after the Microsoft or something. That's what I remember. There may be more to it than that. But anyways, the stock took a nosedive, and it was like, great. Let me just not look at it from now on. 99, something like that. Now I just have it kind of on autopilot. – 401k should have done amazing this year. Yeah. Yep. I guess. I don't want to look at the report. I don't want to find out that it grew this much and then next year it'll reduce. I don't want to know. It keeps me from going to therapy, stuff like that. Mine did 30% in 2020. Next year might be much different. Yep. Yep. How you guys doing with restrictions out there? You guys, I know your states are changing. Seems like it. You guys being restricted a lot? We were going to go to Vegas on over in your part of the world, kind of. Compared to me, it is on that weekend of the 8th, and that's not going to happen now. But which is a shame because, man, I think the weather was going to be ideal. 60 to 30, man, I love that stuff. So we don't have restrictions currently. Okay, cool. Currently, yeah. Everybody said, I know several people that are like, man, I can't wait for 2020 to be over with. I said, dude, 2021 will be worse. And I would have said 2021 would have been worse 3 months ago. It wasn't anything that happened a month ago. I would have said, I just don't see, I don't see things getting better for the foreseeable future. So I haven't stopped jujitsu since all this started. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, the daughter's been wanting to go to the range in a while, and we can't. I don't see that coming back into availability or reasonable priced availability anytime soon, no matter what the situation is. So, oh well, I know where to find. I know where to find more. Go there every week. Yeah, she's been wanting to hit the range, especially now that the weather's going to be nicer. So, that's good. It's good. It's good for your health too. So I'm trying to do some stuff as well every day. So can't do the martial arts stuff. It's too personal. I did that when I was a kid, and I'm like, man, I don't want to fight somebody just for that. That shit's too personal. Although it would be cool if there was a real class around here. I mean, there's a place that offers it, but it's not a real class. It's kind of cheesy, but that did Krav Maga. That would be cool. My daughter would be like, "Oh, I'd love to do that. That'd be cool." But that's going to cut into my painting time. So, yeah, I've been doing a lot more painting ever since all this. But on a regular basis, I forget that thing's going on. To be honest with you, that's a good thing. So, haven't gone to the range over a year. Brass too expensive. Yeah, yeah, it's available, but I'm not paying 75 cents a round for 9 mil. If it gets down under 20 or 25 cents, of course I don't know when it's going to be. Yeah, I'm buying plenty so that you can go to the range. So it's not like I'm out. I'm not going to cut into that. Oh well. But there's people out there buying it. That's why it's still at the, well, it's supply and demand. I get it, but those places that manufacture that have not upped production because I can just see them investing in their industry, a bunch of stuff to to produce more, and then the government comes and clamps down and says, "Oh, well, you can't do this anymore." So why should they invest in something that they can come along and shut them down? I mean, I get it. So the people that are really hurting are the ones that are just getting into that because they don't have stockpile and not paying a dollar around. That's un-American. Yeah, brass is too expensive. So is aluminum. I like the aluminum rounds. I don't reload, so aluminum's just fine for me. Steel, nah. I'm not buying any Russian ammo. Those guys can go to hell. It's not worth it. It's not like it's, not much of a savings. Just the principle of it. Okay. Got a little brown horse. Let's see how we're looking brown-wise on the other one. Where's my other one that was a similar color? This one. Okay, so we're gonna maybe highlight that guy a little differently. Yeah, no steel. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, way back in the day, not really way back in the day, several years ago, we used to do the IDPA stuff on Sundays. But the local range stopped doing that because we'd help them set up and we wouldn't have to pay, and they just weren't making any money off the people that were doing that. But we'd go through about 120 rounds on a Sunday, spend all day doing that, chit chatting with other people with a common interest. It was fun, a lot of fun. But they stopped doing that, right? It's in 2014, 2015, something like that. Mitch and I would go hit the range on once a month on Sundays and do that. That was fun. Now they still do the other stuff, but I like the tactical stuff a little bit better. Like not a little bit better. I don't like the other stuff, the race gun stuff. So okay. Well, the last two guys didn't have an emblem. I think this guy deserves an emblem. So the question is, what emblem we're gonna do? Well, let's boot up the old pooter up. I picked the right time to buy a laptop right before this pandemic hit because I can't imagine spending this kind of money on something and then not being able to go to the store and see it, or there'd be a shortage of them. So I did that right. Let's see what we got here. I think we can go to Amazon and we can take a look at that book there. Let's see. And I think if it's not in my cart, it's nearby. Hungarian military flags, right? Let's see. Army of Key Matthias. Here we go. This is a book here that they're selling on here, and they went and put a bunch of pictures on there of all their color plates, which I don't need to paint them exactly the same, but it gives me some inspiration for. Let's close this. Let's see. Big man himself with his peacock feathers. There's some coat of arms of noble families. I don't want to get into that because these guys are going to be mercenaries. So if I put anything down there, I'm going to put a symbol of the ruler. And let's see what we got here. So just bear with me for a little bit here. Okay, so it looks like the Hunyadi symbol, according to this, is um, is a red and white lion. It's right here. So I think that's what we're going to do on that one. Okay, we're going to attempt to do that. So because whatever, some of these guys are for an earlier list. I'm going to build Hunyadi's army as well, Janos Hunyadi, and but these knights are. If you look at the DBMM book, these are more for the later period, for during Matthias's thing. But he's still a Hunyadi, even though he went the. I don't know exactly what the Corvinus thing. I think he's known sometimes as both, but he's still son of his dad. So I'm going to go with the Hunyadi lion on that. So we're going to try to make that as big as we can, so that it will be easier to paint. Yeah, what's the background color? White? All right, let's get started on that. That's what I do here. All right, man, we'll have fun doing your things that you have to do today, which, you got an early start on them, so thanks for stopping by. Okay. And somebody says, why are you volunteering to, somebody will say, why are you volunteering to paint a shield on that guy? Because it's fun, dude, it's fun. It's fun. I love painting heraldry. Painting heraldry where it doesn't even exist on the figure. It's just a flat slab of a thing. So we're going to start off by painting the shield shape. As much as we can here. Okay. Now, one of these sides is bigger than the other. This one. So you want to do the smaller one first, because you don't want to try to replicate it on the back side and it be too big for it take too big of a bite, so to speak. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let's do this. Center over here. All right, let's here we go. Okay. Okay, so there's the size of the shield that we're going to have on there. Okay. And let's do the same on the other side. Yeah, that's them on the other side. All right, so let's go ahead and fill them in. priming a figure black, that's boring. Painting this stuff, this is exciting. Okay. Equal on both sides. All right, let's start pacing ourselves with this line. Okay, let's grab a red. We have red there, active. Let's see what these parts on this guy is. Right, and it's got little crowns on it too. Well, you son of a biscuit. All right, let's see. Let's get going. Lions are really popular. Lions are more popular than birds of prey. I thought birds of prey would have been bigger, but no, lions are actually bigger. Scots and the English and Germans, Hungarians, they all like using this lion. Okay, so his main shape is going to be like this. Okay. Of course, this is just a bottom. This is just a bottom layer. We're going to brighten this up with other layers of red. Here's your basic shape here. Let's do the same thing on the other side. We don't want to do one all the way through and then come back and start from scratch on the other one. We want to do them equivalently. Did I leave space for the crown above his head? I sure did. Cool. So I'm doing almost like a stippling. There we go. One side, and then on the other one. Okay? Okay. Hmm. Then let's just go straight using this color. Okay. Now, if we're going to put a crown on his head, we better do that now. It's going to be too late. So get you some brown. There you are. You're still there. Yeah. You're from one of those lion countries. Scotland. We got a lion too. Very popular. Lions are very popular. Now, I know that they're in the past they had lions at a much larger range than they do now, but I'm gonna guess that there weren't any lions in Scotland. Ever. But I don't I don't blame you. I'm a little bit more partial to birds of prey. Because my crest of arms has a bird of prey on it. So that's that's my preference. But lions are cool. That's gotta be really. Is this the same one? I swear this looked like another brush. I don't think I'm using the thinnest one I could be using. I shouldn't be using that brush. I could be using this one. I think this one's thinner. I may need to go. I need to go a little bit darker to kind of. Let's get this. Very well. Just a little bit. Need a little bit of a dark base to put this stuff on top of. I remember when I built my one French army, I had to do some bunch of fleur-de-lis on this. I thought that was really difficult. That's a piece of cake. We're well past that now. But believe it or not, this is actually not very stressful. This is not very stressful at all. But this is a table that doesn't move. And I'm resting my wrist on here. And I'm resting my figure on here. So it's not like I'm painting in midair. I see people do that and I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I've never been able to do that. Now, we'll see how that turns out. I'm not 100% thrilled on that, but we'll see how that turns out. Let's take this. This is the standard color, red. Let's add a little bit of white to it. I don't want to add yellow. And we're going to highlight a few things on here, make them pop, and then we'll fill in the white of the background. Maybe it looks a little bit more like a dragon, but that's okay. Okay, now we're going to fill it with white. Let's find us a spot we can work with here. Don't need a whole lot of black in here. Let's lighten a little bit. We'll need a couple different shades. Make it all kind of fit in there really well. All right. Let's just use straight white now. Uses so little amount of paint. And you got to make sure it flows. Got to make sure it doesn't flood though. Or you end up having to repair something, which I really don't want to do. Yeah, look at that. But I needed to make this shield as big as I could so I had space to work around all these parts. If you make it too small, you can only use so small a brush. That didn't take that long, did it? Huh. All right, now we're going to paint the metal around them. Actually, I did this one differently. I think the last time I did it, I ended up painting the whole thing metal and then put a black shield on it and then built up from that. I didn't do it that way this time. Oh well, won't make a difference. Right, lead belcher. So what I'm going to do is, if I do Nuln Oil, I won't do any Nuln Oil around this thing. I think we're here. you're gonna do shields or something that's some kind of design on a shield, make sure you kind of lay it out first. Don't just start at one end and try to paint to the other, but kind of pace yourself and realize where the center is going to be. Try to break it down into basic shapes like vertical lines or horizontal lines or what have you. And it helps kind of get the whole pacing done. Don't finish one shield and then go to the other side and do the other one. They'll end up being different sizes. That's where this paint palette helps a lot, is you can have a color, you can mix a certain shade, and you have time to go to the other one and do it. It's not like you have to rush before, while the paint is still workable. Gives you a longer time to work the paint. So look forward to doing 100 Years War of French Army. You can do crap like this all day long, you know. I like this stuff. Okay, we're not going to do anything fancy on the front because you can't be fancy everywhere. Because he's not the sovereign. What time is it? Jesus, 10. I better make sure that I'm still good in here. We got to do some things today that are not related to what I'm doing right now, so. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. Be right back. Okay, folks, well, that's going to be a wrap. How long did we go? 4 hours? 4 hours and 3 minutes. So, thanks for you guys that joined me. And yeah, we'll pick up this guy where we left off. This is the last of the 4 nights, and he's going to join his buddies here. And when we're done with them, we still have another. Well, we're still going to have 8 more nights to paint. So, if you missed the night painting, don't worry, there will be more. So. Anyhow, Enjoy your Sunday, and we will catch you guys next time we do some more painting. So, see you later, folks. Bye bye.